Hey, welcome back, crew. Today's gonna be a fun one. Turn that around the right way. There. So, let's start the stream by talking about what happened last time we were on stream. I know I missed yesterday's stream, but we'll talk about what last time was, what Friday was, rather, and what today's stream is gonna be. So Friday, when we were last together, we painted through Tzarketh, the Bane of Law. And we got quite a bit done. We got some silver on some of the trim, we got some gold on him, we did the bone up on his helm. We got through pretty well painting, I want to say 95%. And the hope today is that we're going to finish the last kind of 5% of him, and then do some basing. And I think we did a really fantastic job last time we were together. We got through doing all the back, doing like a sort of fade into like a pelt, and then doing this cape, doing this weapon, getting some little gold bits. There's still a few little bits in the binding I'd like to do that I think would be really cool. We slapped on some Agrix Earthshade just to make it look nice and pretty. And, we got, like I said, we got there at 95%. I'm going to try and focus the camera a little bit here. So, what's on today's agenda? Today's agenda is we get to finish up the flame on both sides. And we're going to do some little gentle OSL in there as well. And then we'll do some basing. We don't need the runes necessarily to glow on the back or on the front because there's just implied via the fire. So we're going to use that flame to our advantage to really sell the story here. Then one thing I did see is he's got two little eyes. Kind of hard to see, but he's got two little eyes underneath the skull, because the skull's a helmet. We found that out when we looked at the back here. We saw that division line down the back of his helm. So the plan today is to try and get those eyes painted. I think I'm going to paint them blue. And the reason why I want to do blue is because Tzarketh, he's a magic user. Slaves in Darkness, when you have Khorne, you don't normally have magic use in Khorne. So for me, the lore on my head is that this is very Tznichian kind of thing. And I like to use Tznichi. A local friend of mine taught me how to play and taught me that Tznichi would be good for moving up my warriors. And so what happened is that I try to work this in every game I can, is I'll generally apply the mark of Tznichi to those warriors because it allows me to step again, their movement away and then pick a point, like a dice roll away sort of thing, and then pick a point and then 6 inches within that point, so long as they don't land 3 inches outside of combat. So, or 3 inches in combat. I can land outside of combat, just not in combat. We also got through the armor last time too. We could do a little edge highlighting, and I think I might do a little bit here, just to really sell kind of the effect here. When I do that, I'll use Dawnstone, just because it really helps the lighting on this. And that Dawnstone's really going to come through because it's very gray armor. The armor, the way I painted that is we used a mix of Black Templar, Black Legion, and Lamian Medium. It was 4 parts Lamian Medium, 1 part Black Templar, 1 part Black Legion. So if you had a brush, it would be just a dollop of each, and then 4 dollops of Lamian Medium. Then mix them together, and I applied it all over the whole model here. Or not the whole model, but over the armor. And the armor looks gray and just sort of used and tarnished and old, and it just fills the recesses really nicely. So that's sort of that one. I might add a little definition to the back of these pages because I think they could just be a little darker in the back, just to really sell the depth. So I might throw a little Agrix Earthshade in there today. We'll see. That said, the other thing we've got going on today is we have this guy. What is this guy? This guy was this is a 3D print, first off, the casing here. And what's inside of it is the fire for the Nexus Chaotica that we painted in the previous stream as well. And so this fire is going to be resin cast clear. And to support that, because there are skulls inside of it, we're going to cut up some skulls today. And I've got some brush on primer because these are just really small. There's no use putting a buttload of spray primer across them. So we'll just use some brush on to primer. And we'll just stick them inside. And then I've got some ways to do that. And I think the way I'll do it is to to try to use just some Sour Acolyte, because it doesn't like to stick to this stuff, so I'm okay with that. The way we're going to start that is we're going to start by disassembling this stream, first off. Then we're going to get into Tzarketh. And the reason why is because it does take a while for resin to cast, and it won't take us very long to paint the skulls. When we have time to it today as well, because we're probably going to get through Tzarketh really fast, is we have the Razorback to start working on. I show this off every stream. It's got a lot of electronics in it right now, and the purpose behind that is that once it's charged, I think it's got a little charge. It does not. What will happen is on the tabletop, the lights will come on. So there's lights kind of everywhere on the inside of this. It's a really fun mod to do, but we're going to start working on this again today. Because this is themed towards the Black Templar, what I have with me today is I have some chains, some micro chains that I got. I think it's green stuff, but I'm going to check here. These chains are from wherever I left them. Here they are. They are from Master Tools. So I found them on, I think it was Fenris Workshop, but they're normally for like tanks and things and smaller vehicles. So my plan is to use them and just wrap them around some of the weapons, just kind of thematically for the Black Templar. I'm not a Black Templar player yet. I will be a CSM player soon, but I have projects on the table that I need to get through, and this is my backlog. Some of the basic materials we're going to talk about today are this really old Citadel glade grass, static grass, and then I also have just some AK, like Vallejo scenery bits that I found laying around inside here. So we're going to find some that we like and apply some of them just to the base of Tzarketh here, Tzarketh. So let's start by demolding this, and we'll go from there. And last time when we did this, we just put a bunch of blue tack on the base because the casting material that we use doesn't like to stick to a lot. It doesn't stick very much, so it won't stick to blue tack. Blue tack is one of the secret weapons that you can just keep moving and moving and moving and use it a million times. I've painted with it in that I've put it down and to cover areas I don't want to paint, and then just pulled it off afterwards when it's kind of dry and reworked it into the next project. And it likes to pull on itself. That's the other thing too, so when it comes up really nicely. We did have a little bit of leakage, but I realized later that's because I broke this section here when I was pulling off the bed plate, my 3D printer. Looks pretty good so far. Takes the last little bit off here. Now we gotta get rid of the tape. Thankfully tape is one of those things where you can just kind of move it in its own. I wasn't online yesterday because I was playing an AoS game with my competitor for round 4. Really nice guy, actually. I don't know if he's comfortable me saying his name out on the stream, so I will say I had a lot of fun. There were some times when he pointed out some things that were really handy for me to know, and stuff that I could have really used at that time, and I did use them. You know, he knew he had a really powerful army, and he was definitely makes some really good rolls. And so every chance he could, he said, hey, you know, you might want to try this, or you might want to look at doing this, because, you know, what you're trying to do here is okay, but you can definitely score more points or do better this way. And I went, oh, yeah, I didn't think of it that way. You know, I didn't see that. I may not have been totally vocal when I said that, but, you know, try to express like, oh, yeah, no, that's right. Like, as a new AoS player, it's always handy to have someone who knows what they're doing. It's very nice to be able to play against someone who is experienced, but can also be willing to share ideas, you know. Oh yeah, look at the material. That dried really nicely. It's had 4 or 5 days, 6 days to dry. This is really easy to pull apart too. And it's 3D printed, so I don't care if it's broken or whatnot. Just like that. Pretty decent looking cube, if I had to say. Yeah, no, he was fantastic to play against. And honestly, at the end of it, he said, if you ever want to play again, like, let me know. I said, yes, I'd love to. I didn't want to commit to anything right away, though, because I just didn't want to come out and say, like, oh, I can guarantee this, guarantee that. And so I definitely said, yes, we should play again. And I want to. But I feel like I'd be lying if I said I could guarantee that we would play, like, weekly or bi-weekly. I would ideally like to. I mean, he's a really chill dude. He had a really cool army too. The painting on it was really nice too. I got inspired by some of the pieces he had. He was playing orcs, and, well, orcs in the AoS setting. And they were really badass looking. Like, he had them painted yellow. He had a shade, not shade, sorry, it was a, no, it was a shade. It was a seraphim sepia over top of them. And that color just looks fantastic over yellow. Like, it just filled the piths and the spots on it really nicely. Okay, moment of truth to see how we did. Alright, our next is Chaotic Affair. Oh, yeah. Might be kind of hard to see, but that looks fantastic. I think I'm going to try this method of using a 3D print mold every time now, because it's just so exceptionally good. The quality is just so much better. Okay, so we got inside here, what do we have? We have a couple skulls. We've got one skull there, and a couple of skulls here. So we've got 3 skulls in total, I want to say. So what ones do we need? I think they look like... Let's see. This guy for sure. Right down here. I mean, it looks close enough. Oh, actually that one's perfect right there. So I'll take that guy, because I know I need him. So there's one. And I need another one of those. So there's one right up here. And this last guy has a jaw. How can I do this? I've got a jaw here. I think I could just use a jaw and one of those regular skulls. So very carefully, because these bits are very tiny. Like it's so small. And that was a very nice looking skull, I believe. Yeah. So we'll grab one of those skulls. Clip it off. Good. That's all the skulls we need. So, what happens now? Now, we're gonna do a little bit of cleanup. I'm gonna use this just to clean it up. Just because it's rounded. It's gonna be very hard to see, and I do apologize for that. Just because I'm more practiced having it this tight in my hands. Okay, that looks pretty good. We'll do that to the other two. This step really isn't super necessary because of how small the cuts were, but I just feel remiss if I don't do it. Okay, we got 3, and I've got skull jaw here. Hey, Muffled Mood, welcome back. How's it going? Get any good games of Barony in on the weekend? This piece is very, very, very small. I'll probably scrape more skin off my hand than I will off this jaw. New DLC drops tomorrow. Nice. What's in the DLC? I haven't been able to stay up to date on it. I think that looks pretty good. We're gonna say it looks good. Okay, this is gonna be kind of funny. Oh, it's gonna be my first time using one of these. There. Just gonna cut just the tip off of this so it's flat. Put my phone back there. Okay, put that here. Good. So the reason why we're doing this is because we want just enough room to do this. I think this is where it's supposed to go. There was another piece here. Oh, that's right. If I can find it again, is the holder for this piece. I'm gonna have to clean up just a tear, just a hair. Ah, there it is. Most valuable part of those mini bit holders is this thing. think I cut off the part I didn't need to, but I don't know, it fits. New Barony DLC, they're dropping new races and classes. Salamander, Paladin, Dryad Scion, Mycondan Hermit, Gremlin Sapper, Gnome Bard. Those sound amazing. A Gnome Bard. I can't imagine the sound. Also, Gremlin Sapper just sounds super cursed. I love it. I'm gonna put just a little blue tack there. Just so I can stick it on. Just like that. And I need the brush-on primer that I have from Army Painter, because they make brush-on primer. And I'm just going to use a basing brush. Very excited to see how the Geo and play, how they go and play, and who will be allies with in the game. I would say, if I had a hot take, I'd say Gremlin Sapper and Gnome Bard are definitely going to be hardcore allies. That seems like it'd be part and parcel. Ooh, that's a lot of paint. So one thing I don't like about dropper balls is that if they get clogged just a little bit, they can be really hard to mess with. Take a little bit off there just to get it primed across. And we'll put it back on. Maybe use a bit more blue tack. I checked out one of your streams there too, Awful New, and you are much better at Warhammer Space Marine 2 than I am. That's for sure. I play on easy mode, and I was giving it the business to those Tyranids. But I don't play really online. Need to have a lot of friends, or even a few friends online to play with. And I play on PlayStation 5 primarily. What do I mean? About the allies within the game? Oh. Who will they be allies with? I'm screaming like a big baby. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's half the fun. I'm the same way though. When I play Space Marine, I'm a lot of oh god, don't let it hit me, don't let it kill me. That's why I play on easy. Okay, I got that guy there. Just gonna grab some more of this blue tack. I got primer all over my fingers. This guy's gonna get, ooh, I'll look for that in a second. Brush on primer here. I'm just priming these heads so that I can throw some skeleton colors on it. May not be very easy to see. It is my plan to upgrade my camera at some point, so it's a little bit better zoom. Okay, oh, a little bit in the back there. So now I have this guy, and I need to find the jaw that I just had for him. What's right there? That is microscopic. One second, I'm going to do it with my tweezers. Okay, I got my tweezers, and I got my glue. Excuse me. So, put this down here, make sure the tip is untapped. And wherever I left. Oh, it's right there, okay. This will not be visible on camera. I'm so sorry. Do you see me play Space Marine 2? I have a clip of me thinking your brute was friendly and realizing, no, he's not. I ran away peeking my mic. I did see that. And that was funny. I'm gonna have to grab this way, I think. And that's how we're gonna glue our jaw on. Good lord, am I ever glad that that actually glued. We're gonna let that actually dry. We'll let it dry fully before we put brush on pipe on, because holy crap, that could be a little while. Might even put a little more dollop of glue on that, just to make it sit together. Just a little better. It's gonna melt the plastic just here, but there. It is very hard to see. Oh, actually that zoomed in really well. There. Just gonna put my blue tack behind the jaw. And the jaw's still a little fragile, so we're just gonna be really careful. Just like that. Just because my primer's starting to dry up a little bit here. So I just want to get some on while I get a chance. You don't need to be this focused as I am when you make one of these resin casts, or when you make or add some paint here and there, but I'm just extremely hyper focused on making it look as close to the original or as accurate as possible, so that's just where my mind kind of goes. I just be careful it's moving around a little bit here, so I'm just going to make sure that just the primer gets on, and then not moving the brush too much on it. Just gonna pop that off and let it dry down here. Just like that. And then these ones have kind of dried, so I'm going to do just the bottoms of them now. And thankfully I don't need the piece for this part, but yeah, I can just kind of play a little bit of catch up here with the color. Just so that they all kind of match together. The only thing I don't like about brushing on primer is it can be really hard on the brushes. I try to use Citadel for everything when I can. Just, you know, not sponsored, I just prefer Citadel because I like being consistent. And I'm familiar with using their paints. But every now and then I need something a little different just to kind of get me across the line. There. I think that's pretty good on that guy. And then in a few minutes we'll be actually able to do the other skull that we just primed. Won't be too long. Oh, come on, get off the thing. There. Oh. This one's primed now, I believe. So I'll just invert it and just do the other side. And then they'll all be primed and ready to paint within like a few minutes. There. Man, what a great weekend. I got some workouts in. I started to work out using the Macro Factor app. Workout app, rather. Just because I had a Macro Factor subscription, so they just let me take the early access for the app. And it taught me some stuff that really whipped the crap out of me. Like I was doing ab rollouts, which, you know, I've done before, but they're not too bad, but when you have to do higher sets of them early on, it's not fun. This is just not coming off my tweezers here. That, and I was working out doing knee push-ups. So basically you get on the floor and you move to your knees, and then you, oh, come on, get off there. And then you kind of lunge forward a little bit and do push-ups. It's a lot easier on the spine, but my goodness. What is that? This is me peeking my mic, because I think maybe you'd have a giggle at. I'll take a peek.
No, I think the real question is how many shirts is his nipples pierced?
Wait. I was gonna say.
Crazy, how many nipples have you seen?
Whoa! What is that thing? What is that thing? What
The
is
brute.
that? What is
What is that? That's the big boy. That's from Soft Fat Man.
Chaos brutes are wild. I love it. Jeez. You know, it reminds me of a dreadnought. Like, of this guy, almost. And we're going to paint him on stream at some point as well. So I'm definitely going to be, like, this could be, oh no, some of the chains got irked. It's okay, we can fix it. No one will ever know. A little bit of glue. There, it's intended to be like that. That's what I thought was the front. Yeah, It looks exactly like one, and then it just whips the crap out of you. Brutes are awesome. Like, it looked like them. Yeah. In case anyone's wondering what I drink on stream, I drink Gamer Subs as well. I just, not sponsored, but I just like Gamer Subs. I got the Lucy Pyre cup for reasons, but I'm drinking Nectar. Nectar? It's very nice. Yeah, the Dreadnoughts definitely look like Brutes. And now that I'm moving to CSM, Chaos Space Marines, I'm going to have to think about Brutes as well. I did see that they have a Centurion version of like, Chaos Space Marines version of a Centurion called like an Obliterator. And that looks really cool too. I wonder if I can get a picture of an Obliterator. Just so I can show you what they look like. Warhammer.com. And we'll look at Brutes too real quick. Just because they look so nice. Actually, we'll look at the Brute first. Where's it here? Might just be under Dreadnought. Under like Chaos Dreadnought. Oh yeah, there's Wolf and Dreadnought, which is cool. Venerable. Also, I'm really digging the Saturnine Dreadnoughts. Those are cool. There's always some warp deviation for everything in the Space Marine universe. Or Warhammer universe, rather. Bjorn, that's cool. Hellbrute, here we go. So you got a little bit of a tickle from one of these guys. Green color scheme, hell yeah. I think there's a few options here. Oh yeah. So you can do like, kind of like a Khorne alignment, or like a Zenitchian alignment, or like a Nurgle alignment. I really like the Nurgle one. I think that's really badass. And they like there's World Eaters and Thousand Suns, and it's just, oh, so sick. And there's like Slaaneshian variants, like, it's not the right color scheme for Slaanesh, but it's, you could definitely go more Slaaneshian on this. Add like some Succubi. Like a Succubi on the shoulder, that would be fun. That would be fun. Venom Crawler and Obliterators, these are really cool for CSM. So like, that's the Venom Crawler, it's just a big spider, but these are the Obliterators. Like just really grotesque looking like dudes that are like covered in sores and bruises and blood, and like they're more machine than man and more man than machine. Like one's so green, the other you don't know when starts and when ends. That is just so cool to me. Oh, I can't wait to get into something like that. But I appreciate the deviation right now because these have had time to dry. Oh, they look fantastic. We did a great job getting these primed. Like, I am so happy with how these are turning out. So now comes the fun part. Now we have them that way. Let me take a couple of these. And because they're already primed now, I'm going to do the easy thing, which is just throw one here, throw one here, and throw one here. Just like that. So we've got all three skulls. I'm going to grab one of the colors we were using last time, which I think I moved off the table for a moment. Screaming Skull's what I'm looking for. That's Wraithbone. Screaming Skull might actually still be here. Breakout Flesh. Screaming Skull. So I still have it up here. Move this off before I hurt myself. Oh, stuck my fingers in the gray. Ah. I'm primed and ready to go. Okay. Oh, and the other thing I did off stream was I refreshed my wet palette. I know, it's a crime. I should be doing everything on stream. But I figured it was just nice to have a cleaner wet palette to start with. Oops. And of course I got primer on this. Okay, so just gonna grab, this is a layer paint. So I like to use the brushes that say they're for the thing. I find it just helps my mind stay calm when I do that. Gonna share the paint water I need to drink. You're welcome to it. It just may taste like fingers now. Fingers and primer. I'm just gonna paint. Oh, actually, you know what? Save my hand. I'm gonna stick these guys right on the holder for all the other paint. There we go. Now I can have some ergonomics. The best paint water does. I know. I was laughing with the commissar yesterday, actually. I was saying it would just be comical. I mean, there's not a lot of mini painters that have GamerStop sponsorships. And certainly I don't think I'm going to get to that point, but hypothetically, if that ever were to happen, I mean, it would be cool, first off. But I would want to invest in a custom flavor called paint water. Just like fruit punch berry flavored, and then have it just be gray. Just as gray as can be. I've drank dirty paint and water before. I think everyone has. I haven't. I've been very close many times. I think that's why Citadel's paint water or paint trough or whatever you want to call it, paint mug, their mixer that they sell doesn't have handles like a mug does, and it's very flat, so it's very hard to grab all the paint mixed together. Yes, that's exactly what we were laughing about, and I said it would just be comical from the standpoint of like a gamer supplement to be like, oh yep, paint water's the flavor, you can drink this one. Enjoying the stream? Oh sweet, thanks Stream Elements. I'm thinking a bot, but the reality here is that I did not know it was going to do that, so that's awesome. I didn't even tell I was going to go live or stuff like that. That's sweet. Man, everything's so much more automated. I have been, here's how old I am, and maybe this is telling. I'm still a young man. Young Astartes, but when I first signed up to Twitch, because this is an account I use. This is not the primary account, but this is an account I use. When I first signed up to Twitch a very long time ago, it was called Justin TV. That, if anyone remembers that name, holy moly, was that a long time ago. And the streaming software back then did not exist very well. Oh, these skulls are looking really cool. Oh god, yeah, exactly. Sorry to burst the bubble. This Astartes Marine has been around for quite a few centuries. remember to keep these very close so you can see what I'm doing. Got a little trick here. I bought this on AliExpress. Pushing and drying paint. Just gonna give it another coat here because it was kind of thin. Let me know if I'm ever too far away or too close or too fuzzy or it's too hard to see what I'm doing. You may be wondering why I'm going through this much trouble just painting these skulls. And the reason why is because the casting has spots for them. So that's going to be, oh god, that's going to be a pain in the butt to get into. We'll worry about that later. But it's because they'll be visible through clear acrylic, basically, or through clear resin. And so I want everything to look really cohesive. Now the reason why I'm doing this part first on stream instead of going straight to Tzarketh is because this is going to take upwards of a week to dry. So we won't be able to see the result of this probably until next week. So it's going to be a lot of faith. So stick with me if you want to see the result, because it may be, like I said, about a week or so before we actually see it. I was playing against my competitor there yesterday, and they asked me if I use a voice changer, and the answer is yes. I naturally have a very baritone voice, and sometimes I bring it up just a hair, just so it's easier to understand. And the reality of that is that every now and then I don't have enough water. If I don't have enough water, I've got too much caffeine and not enough water. My voice tightens up. So, and it's easier to hear when it's tighter too. When it's deep, it's very bassy. I get told I muffle a lot, so I try to keep it higher if I can. Okay, those skulls are painted now. They're painted with the skeleton. Sorry, the screaming skull. Ironically, screaming skull on skull. And I'm just drying these real quick. I'll do another quick layer. But I am pretty bassy, just in general. I'm not sure if it comes through on the audio, but I've got a little bit of bass in there. And having the voice changers just makes me sound consistent. So I'll always sound like an Astartes. Even when I sound a little bit more imperial. I like these terms. There we go. That looks pretty good. A little quick dry. And now the secret sauce. We're going to use some... Oh, close that up before I lose it. Skeleton Horde. Just because it gives it the depth. The depth is really, really, really important. I am going to use a shade brush for this. I know it's overkill. It's just holds a lot of the shade really well. Too much there. We'll thin it out a little in a minute. Take some off and throw on the last one. And I'm not too worried about doing the bottoms. It just looks nice and even. It's really all we're doing. It's just getting it even. Hey, Simple Dots. Welcome back. Just in time. We're painting some skulls up to get them ready for Nexus Chaotica. How was your weekend? Getting your Death Guard underway? Just a little bit too much back here, so I'm just going to grab just a hair and just throw some back here just so it looks kind of matched up. Kind of overslept on my nap for your stream. No worries, man. Like I said, you're just in time. Like, we just demolded our Nexus Chaotic Flame. And I'm painting up the skulls to get ready for the flame itself. And then later on we're going to work on Tzarketh. Yeah, primed all my malls and parts from Mortarion. Very nice. Also, we're going to be doing some basing today. So we get a lot on our plate. I just want to make sure these are dry before we put them in. So, yeah, I'll give them a couple minutes to dry. In that time, I'll just sort of clean up a little bit. Put some stuff back. How the flame turned out. I haven't resin cast it yet, but the mold looks really, really, really good. So we're going to do a resin cast today, but first I'm going to work the actual skeletons into it. I think they look really good for it, and they're really going to push kind of the depth that we're looking for, because our Nexus Chaotica Flame has skulls in it. So we're just going to bring that back to life. Contrast paint does take a little bit longer to dry, so it's going to be just a minute. I probably should take these and throw some varnish on them. I don't think it's totally necessary though. There. Now I think I might need a little bit more skeleton horde on the back of this guy. Just on the bottom. Come on, focus. There. So the back of that skull is just a little bright for what we have on the top. but it might be okay. I mean, when it's facing down, you probably won't see it. Thank you. Okay. Alright, they're off there now, so we can start thinking about Tzarketh. For the time being, I'm going to put these just inside of here, just so I don't lose them. Kind of look like popcorn kernels. You know when like you get some popcorn that hasn't really popped to the bottom of the bag? It's sort of how they look. I'll set that up there for now. Tzarketh, the Bane of Law. He's just big enough for this thing, so that's good. So, the plan today is to... Put that over there first. Is we're going to do some blue and aquamarine and green, I think, for these flames. And we're going to do some edge highlighting on the armor. I'm not super confident on doing OSL for flames when it comes to this small an area, but we're going to try. And if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work, but we're going to try. I don't have a backup if it doesn't work, so I think we're just going to roll with it. I'm going to start with, I think, Eolitok blue. Maybe, actually, let's do some stick-it on scale green. And I'm just going to grab just a little bit with my dry brush here, my little dry brush. Just going to get on the wet palette. Normally you don't want dry brushing to be wet, but I want it wet because what I'm going to do is just kind of stipple it in. Because I want it to be thin like a glaze. I might need a little bit more water there. Oh yeah. And that doesn't look super great, but we're gonna work with it and see what we can do. I mean, it's water-based anyway, so we can always just pull a little bit off here and there and just sort of work it in. I mean, we're only looking for a shine. Okay, that's as much of that aquamarine blue I want to use, I think. Grab a little bit more and just kind of work it onto the corners of the book. Maybe we can fit it around the back some. I know some people rub it on the back of their thumbs to get like the consistency that they're looking for. Maybe I'll do that. And just kind of learn as we go here. A little bit more. You can see it drying on my thumb like a glaze, which is exactly what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for over-defined colors quite yet. Just looking for a little bit of OSL. And the blue's really heavy there. Just inside those two areas. But this is a process, and I guess we're just gonna trust the process as much as we can. Okay, so I got a really dark blue. That's fine. Ooh, don't go down there. Got a really dark blue. So now we're gonna start stepping up the levels. We're gonna move to a Eolitok blue. And I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start boxing in some of these colors. So I'm going to grab a layer brush like I just had a moment ago. Not a base brush, not a shade brush, but a layer brush. Get a little bit of water, move this guy back over to here. And we're going to just grab some and put it on the wet palette and just start mixing it out till it's real thin. Real thin. And we're just going to start stippling it into where those colors were. Just because I do want the colors in there. And this will be our source color down here, is this. And then just start moving it up. And the flame is just going to get all that blue as well. And just sort of covering everything in that blue, just so it sort of bleeds together really nicely. You see it already starting to peel some of the color with it. And we'll come back and we'll glaze some of these areas out as well. Just going over the whole flame with it, just so I can see where the color is going to dance to and go to and kind of hang out. I was thinking about starting to base my primed parts today, since I get the day off, but after 3 hours of sleep, I'm in no shape to concentrate on that. I totally understand, dude. And I'm basing some minis today, so take the day, just chill, you know. That's what we're here for. If you fall asleep, that's fine too. But we're really just, you know, painting. And if you want to prime or want to do some basing, that's fine. If you don't, that's cool too. I'm just getting through this, and I got some cool ideas for doing the basing on this guy that I want to run past you guys as well. So we'll see what happens there. Okay, that flame's looking pretty blue, which is pretty good. I think it's nice and thin, kind of where it needs to be. And the pages here are starting to look really good. And then I'll just do this part of the flame up here. Get my paint nice and thin, just on the wet palette. And I'm getting it to thin to that consistency. I've been doing it for a little while, so I'm kind of familiar with how that's going to look. See how it starts to fade out a little bit. That's all I'm really looking for, is just thin. I'm just getting the paint brighter and brighter and brighter as we go. And see, some of those parts we started to stipple earlier have already started to thin out. Yeah, I was looking to that, but not today, tomorrow maybe. Exactly. This hobby's a hobby, you know? Like, it takes time, it takes patience, and it's not an immediate thing. Like, nobody's gonna rush you to paint things. I mean, maybe if you had like a tournament and they were really like, oh, things have to be painted this way. Then, you know, even then, I don't think I'd want to participate in a tournament like that. Because I just like to enjoy the hobby and just sort of chill. I mean, you're paying money to be in it. You're enjoying it for what it is. The only person that's going to rush... Sorry, the only person that rushes you is you. If you don't like rushing, then don't rush yourself. Just enjoy it. Oh yeah, that blue's looking really nice. We are doing such a good job with this, dudes. Look at that. Oh yeah. You know what, this is a good time too, is while I'm here. I've got this blue, and I've got the eyes to do. And I think I want the eyes to be similar. Now, this brush is too big. So, I'm going to grab my Vallejo, because it's crazy tiny. Since I can find it here. Where'd my Vallejo go? No problem. I don't necessarily need the Vallejo. I've got this guy. This is just a Velvet Touch that I got from Michaels. So this is pretty small too. I'm just going to paint the eyes here. I will need my magnifier here. There we go. Figure Tzarketh was thinking it would be cool if a light dry brush of Zendri dust on the brown part to highlight better each clump and give it a light texture. What do you think? That's not a bad idea. Now we're talking about the brown part. We're talking about like the, are we talking about this part up here? The cloak? Because Zendri dust would be really cool there. Just before I get too far, I'm going to use Thousand Suns Blue for this flame as well. We're just going to edge highlight it with the Thousand Suns. Just very green blue. And I just wanted to just sort of have the cloak on the darker part. Yeah, absolutely, we'll give it a shot. Like I say, no wrong answers here, so we'll try it. It'll be really cool. I'm excited to try it. Because this is a niche, I do have to fix in a little bit of green in here too. So we're going to try and work that into the blue. Right now I'm just brushing some of the blue onto different parts. Just to highlight it. Working some more of the blue here. Just gonna edge highlight in the bottom here. Yeah, I sort of like the way that that's turned out. I might even throw a little fin resin gray in there too, just to really brighten it. Or rust gray. Yeah, rust gray could be nice. Very blue gray kind of thing. Don't need a lot here, just need enough just to edge highlight with. A little bit more rust gray there. That looks pretty good there so far. Got some pretty nice looking highlights. I'm going to take a little bit of this Thousand Suns blue we were using earlier. I'm just going to edge highlight the back here of the book. Just a wet edge highlight. Just to really sell that things are glowing. And it'll dry out. Relatively smooth anyway, so. And all we're just trying to do is just detail to some white warp lighting happening. You know, some sorcery afoot. I'll put some down the page here as well. And then all on this page as well, just so it doesn't look too clean. Put a little bit over here. Just work a little bit more just inside of here. And inside of here. And then we'll edge highlight the back of the book just to here. And then these pages before I forget, because they definitely are interacting with the light. That doesn't look too bad so far. I think there's some pretty good, like, blue lighting going on here. I'm gonna take a chance here while it's drying. And try some Zandri dust. I've got some sitting on my table here. I thought. Break Earth Flesh. Let's see, one sec. paint's right here. Laundry dust right there. OSL looks good, thank you. I appreciate that. It's not quite totally done on the OSL. We're still going to add a little bit more color to it. But it is getting there. I still want to put in some more highlights. I think the rust gray is working really well, so I might lean into that a little bit more. But we're going to do some of this Zondry dust here, doing a quick little dry brush. I've got a harder dry brush. This is a Citadel one. I'm just going to not wet palette this guy. Just going to get it onto my paper towel here. And then we'll... Oh yeah. Good call on that, dude. That looks fantastic. Flick some up just so we get some undercoating. Oh yeah. Good call. It adds that like additional depth of like brown to it. Oh yeah. Good call. I think that's all I need for the Zondry dust, but that looks fantastic, dude. Alright, a little bit more rust gray, I think. Just because I do want to get some more edge highlighting, but we're not going to go wet palette on it this time. We're just going to go straight to paper towel. Just because I want really crisp lighting, so I'm going to really push it. Just where I didn't blend it, just nice and bright. The reason why I'm adding more highlighting here, more lighting, is because I really want the next step here to be even brighter. So I've got warp lighting, which is warp lightning, sorry, which is a green that we're going to coat some of this with too. We're just going to mix them together. And my reason for that, so I really want my colors to kind of blend and touch. To even deepen the effect, you could use Eggers Earthshade in the recesses to avoid touching the clumps. That's not a bad idea. Maybe we'll do that in a second here. After I get some green on this model. Just because I do have this focused and I do want to get in that space again. Oh, we've got some really nice OSL on the back there. Yeah, like the OSLs turned out really nice in the back, especially on the book. And then our colors are changing up here too, which is also really nice. So now we're going to use some warp lightning. It's a contrast paint. Give it another little shake. We're going to use our contrast brush now. Just going to grab just a little bit of water into the brush just to break it open again. A little water. And then grab some green. Not much, just a little bit. Dried out just a hair. And then we're just going to punch it right to the edge. And just let it kind of find its way in. We're just going to feather it just a hair. Grab a little bit of water, not much. And we're just gonna start dragging it just to help sell the effect that these are blended. Look at that. We got some like aquamarine, like OSL going on here. A little hard to see because of the lighting. It'll dry up and we'll see it better. Take a little green off. Throw some just on the flame up here. And a little bit down here. And just some in there. A little bit in the back. On the edge. And then, like I said, just feather it with a little bit of water. Just because we're going from blue to aquamarine to green. And just sort of blend them together. And just because I really want to sell that green, I've got a different color we're going to use. Moot green. It's very, very bright. I also have this color I bought yesterday called Catalyte Green, which also looks really good. And we might throw a little bit of that there first, and then just tip it with the moot. I think that's what we're going to do. Just because I'm really trying to sell that this is a mixture of colors here. So I'm just going to edge highlight, I guess, with the Calabac Green, just to take a little bit less than that. And then just throw it on there. And it's fine in there. And then just a little touch up here on the back. On the edge of this guy. And some here. And then just on the edge there. And a little bit there. Where it's still kind of wet. That's all I really need for that. And then, ooh, don't fall off the itch there. Use my little thing here to just dry it out here. Pop the bubble. Pop. And grab my green, my moot green. I got too much water in my, I have to shake this more. Just because it's super, super, super wet. There we go. That's more consistent coloring. Take a little bit of this off on the paper towel. I'm coming here and just gonna just kiss it around the edge. Just where the paints kind of meet a little bit. Maybe just a hair up here. Some down here. A little bit right here. And all we're doing is just making people believe that these colors are intentionally moving and swirling and changing and becoming. That nothing is permanent in this, Age of Sigmar kind of space. That Zenich colors are just sort of random and manipulative. How many paints do you have all around? Oh my god, that's a fantastic question. The the manager at the Warhammer store probably has a better idea than I do. But I can count them real quick. Just in a second here. Just real quick, just before I do that, our green is starting to come through. If it'll focus. Focus, darn it. Plus minus, yeah. One sec here. Might be slightly easier to see. There we go. Come on, focus. There we go. Okay. Okay, so cool Sneech Flame. Thank you. I could add some purple in there, maybe. I don't think I really want to, though, but I might. I might. Okay, so let's do a quick inventory here. Oh, gosh. So there's at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113. 114, 115, 116, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. About 150 paints. Give or take 10. Because there's just some floating around that the commissar likes to use every now and then too. Baraknar Burgundy. Maybe I'll add a little bit of that. That's a lot of paints. Yeah. Oh man. Well, I really like to buy the paints. That's kind of my problem is I go in and I go, oh, I'll buy paint this time. Oh, I'll get a paint this time. And then I end up with more paints than I necessarily know what to do with at times. But it's just nice to have like just a plethora of paints to choose from. Because I never know kind of how I'm feeling on some colors. Like sometimes I want more of one color than another, or more of one direction, and sort of having it predefined what colors exist. It's just really nice at times. I'm not adding a lot of purple here. I'm just adding just a little bit, just to get it going. Just to add some color to Zanich's flame. And sort of adding it to what I would define as like an inappropriate mix for colors. Like wherever the colors shouldn't go, I'm kind of adding more, or adding a little bit here and there, just to kind of really pad it out to go like, you know, this is, you know, magic. Like the colors aren't supposed to be fluid or logical. Sometimes they're just sort of swirling and moving and demanding new spaces. You have like the entire GB range. Pretty close. I'm getting close to the point where I might have actually every paint. There's a few I can't get. Like I've got Astro Granite, but I don't have Astro Granite. What do you call it there? It's like another version of Astro Granite. Oh, we should add Agric's Earthshade. Now that you've mentioned it. I think I've got some hanging around here. No, I do. This is the problem with having all these paints, is that every once in a while I lose one. I'm like, oh, where'd it go? I think it's right. No, it's Null Oil. I found Null Oil. It's probably in one of those paints at the back. Let's see. Tall guy. Slider Brown. Agric's Earthshade. Look at that. Right away. You changed some settings in your stream. See some messages are getting you faster. I didn't. It could be that the connections are just getting better. Oh, you know what? I've got 10 followers now, so Twitch automatically put me on higher bitrate and better stream quality, so my transcoding is a lot better now. So I'm thankful to all the new followers we have, and very thankful to all the new crew members that have come in and joined up and just said that they want to be part of the stream or that they want to see things. It's really nice to have a community behind me, and really nice to have a community where we can welcome each other like that. I think there's some really cool stuff we're going to paint still. And I love having people that are interested in this stuff as much as I am. Yeah, man, thanks. I'm super thankful. Yes. Absolutely more responsive. I used to go to therapy. And I'm going to a point with this because it's relevant to kind of what we're kind of relevant to this. I used to go to therapy, and one of the things that they wanted me to talk about was being thankful, or being thankful, like gratitude exercise. So what am I grateful for? And at the time, I misunderstood, and I was like, oh, I'm grateful for pizza. And I mean, you can be grateful for pizza. There's nothing wrong with that. But at the time, I didn't really know what was going on in my life, and I didn't really have a lot that made a lot of sense to me. And I was kind of busy all the time. But I'm part of a community now, and I'm incredibly grateful for the people inside of it. They're willing to teach, they're willing to help, they're willing to paint alongside me. They're really willing to like play as well. They're people that they enjoy the thing as much as I do, and they see the value in it the way I see it. And I'm grateful for that because it kind of gives you sort of like a little bit of meaning. And that's important to me. And being on Twitch now and having people like you, Simple Dots, and having like Muffled Moo and everybody else joining as well, it's really impactful because it really puts value and merit to what it is I'm doing, and it really validates being able to paint all the time. That is such an amazing feeling. And so I'm grateful. I'm grateful for everyone who's come in and said, be part of us, and I'm grateful for everyone who's said, here's what you can do, and give me pointers or come in to be part of this, because it's just so fun and it's so helpful and it's so nice. And for a while after losing my job, I was really kind of lost for a little bit, and it's nice to just be able to wake up and know what I'm doing and enjoy it. Thank you. Sorry, got a little emotional there, kind of liked it. You get to appreciate more with age, especially people close to you and the little things. Yes, I 100% agree. When I started getting older, I found that I lost a lot of my patience for things, I lost a lot of my time for things, and I kind of was in this hurry up and go kind of mode where it was, we gotta do something fast, we gotta make something of ourselves, we gotta do this. And now that I'm in my 30s, I've matured a little bit, and I've realized it's time to just slow down and enjoy these things, because minis are such a fun activity, and it's just so nice to be able to paint something and just feel satisfied with the results. I used to feel that way when I was a programmer. I loved the way things look and worked, and as an adult, as a mini painter, I loved the way things look and work, and it's just so satisfying. All right. Oh, there's my Dawnstone. I'm going to put a little Dawnstone as the edge highlight on these. On the armor here. Just because it's shiny armor. See, he's a magic user, he doesn't get into a lot of fights. I'm an oldest starties now, One thing I really appreciate is people. especially competent people. There's so many times when like I've gone places and you sort of end up having to over-explain yourself, and it isn't that somebody doesn't care, it's that they don't understand. And I guess I shouldn't say competent. It's more people in the same spectrum of where I am, doing similar things. Those types of people I really appreciate because they have a greater understanding. It's a lot easier to communicate kind of what it is you're doing or want to do, and so they're able to assist better. I think that just comes with age, though. More Dawnstone here. I do want to highlight this Dawnstone just a little bit. So I think what I might do is grab Gracier, which I think is a little brighter. I want to double check that. Oh yeah, it's a lot brighter. We're just gonna, just little touch-ups of light there. And then we'll take a quick little break after we get this on the model. Yeah, people with the same wavelength ease everything around you since you don't have to explain everything. Yes, 100%. If you know how to find those people, you kind of search them out more and more. I think that's what I like about the Warhammer community especially, is that there's a lot of people who either are brand new and you want to help them and you want them to be as good as you, or to be as knowledgeable as you, or to be as experienced as you. And they're always really willing. And then you find the people who know the rest, and they're also willing to teach. I mean, you'll run into people who don't want to or aren't interested in helping. I think maybe they're just busy, or maybe they just have other things that they want to keep in touch with. And they're welcome to. I mean, I can't expect everybody to just be on the same wavelength. But when you find more often than not that there's a lot of people who are really, really awesome. That's why I love this community so much. My little dot light here. Just on that. And then a little bit of color down here. %, true. 100%. Okay, I think Tzarketh is turning out really good here. I'll bring him up to the camera so you can see him a little bit better. We've got some edge highlighting on the go here, which I think turned out really well. And some more OSL and some glow in different places. The purple on the flame is very faint, but that's okay because it doesn't need a whole lot. I might add a little bit of that Gracier onto some of the highlights on the flame. I think that's what I'm going to do. Just to say that it's there. Just to make it look like there's just a little bit of light coming through. Just going to kiss the edges here. Do on the back side too. Now, if this were more green, I would probably add a little bit of yellow instead of the Gracier, but because this is shifting color, I'm okay with just touching it. It's so small, it's so little that just a little bit of dry brushing kind of with the Gracier just will look just as good. Oh yeah. Sweet. I think that's turning out really great. I'm going to take a quick break, go bring in my garbage bins, use the bathroom really quickly, and then we'll get back and we'll do some basing. Okay. I'm back super quickly, but yeah. Oh, got my garbage bins in. They took our garbage finally, so that's good. Ooh, hit my microphone up. There we go. Got a new sponge too, because the old one's starting to turn pretty sponge-like. Okay. So basing, how the heck do we base this guy? You know what, I do want to add a little bit more moot green while I get the chance. Just right along some of the trim back here. Just because the colors are starting to darken down a little bit. Oh, helps if I had this on chat mode so I can actually see what's being said. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, that green's coming through now. Okay, so how the heck do we base a model? In the past I've used like cork and glue and a few other things because I understand that process a lot easier. So you're just gluing stuff to the base. Static grass is gonna be new. I can admit. Ooh, if I can get this open without going everywhere. Okay, so this is really old static grass from Citadel. Like we're talking like old static grass. If I remember correctly, what I saw online was the process was you just take some PVA glue and just sort of, if I can get the glue to come out, just push it into a couple different areas. Oh, actually, before I do that, what I might do is take some of this old Formula 3 from P3, Formula P3. If I can get it open. Oh my gosh. These are old. There. Sold that they broke. I'm gonna try and take my base brush here. And I'll just grab some of this green and just slather it on. Just do nothing special with it, but just slather it on. just a little bit more. And my reasoning for just slathering it on. So I'm going to try and blend it with the light green that I also have here in a few different areas. Hasn't seen the citadel grass in years, to be honest. When I bought it, it was... Oh god. How old was I when I bought it? It had to be... Oh my lord, when did I buy it? I bought that static grass probably 14 years ago? No, longer than that. Much longer than that. Maybe 15 years ago, 16 years ago, something like that. It was a long time ago. That's all I remember. I bought it at a local game store that was selling it, and I paid $10 at the time. Yeah, $10. Jeez. And that was pricey even then. Haven't seen it in 20 years. Oh man. It might be 20. It might actually be. I don't remember, like I said, when I bought it. I just remember I was like, just a wee little Astartes. Just throwing some of this P3 green, lighter shade, and then I'll take some water, just sort of mix it around. Just so the grass looks inconsistent in color. So some spots are a little lighter than others, but some spots are a little darker than others. That's just a blend. Not doing anything special with it, just getting the color on. I want some spots to be a little brighter than others. It's funny, I hadn't opened this P3 until last year. But I bought it when it came out. Because at the time I had wanted to get into Warhammer, but even then it was quite costly and I couldn't justify it. Like, this is how old this is. This has a phone number on it, and it's Privateer Press. Like, that is old. But it's held up. I just realized this could be really... Oh, this could be really handy. All I'm doing right now is just drying the paint out just a little bit. Though I do want it completely dry for when I put glue on top of it. Ooh, you know what? I missed a little bit of paint underneath there. So let's just sneak it in, just with a wet brush. You never know the difference. It would just look exactly the same with the tabletop. It would all look even. Nice, consistent. And that's the goal at the end of the day. Just make it look, just make it consistent. Tzarketh, where did you go? Right here. Fell on me. So that grass, so the green's looking pretty good. I just want it as a base so that when I throw some glue on there, and then put the grass on, it'll have a backing. Oh, is this gonna actually come out the bottom? There we go. I was wondering where my glue went. And I'm just using some school glue. How's the weather in Canada? In here on Saturday will be around -20. It was actually -19 on the weekend. -19 degrees Celsius, which is really freaking cold. Today it's like -12, which is not too bad. I prefer it to be a little warmer, but it is, you know, what we're gonna get. -20 is no joke though, that's really freaking cold. The real feel, which is their version of like how it feels when the wind blows, was like -30, which is crazy. And I felt it too. Like we had to go out and do a little bit of driving to get some places, to get some things done, and it was cold. Thank God for heated seats. If you get a car with heated seats, it is cold, but they make things so much nicer. Just clean up the rim here with my thumb. Get some of the glue off it before it sticks. Okay, now my understanding is we're going to take this guy, we're just going to put him in and start shuffling around, and then just start, if I can get this to unclump. It's pretty old. In the day or in the night, -18 or -19. It was the nighttime when it was -19. The day was like -14, which wasn't too bad. Getting a little bit clumps here, but here's my little secret trick is this thing, this blowy thing for electronics. I'm just going to blow all the grass upwards. And then just going to wipe along the rim to get rid of the excess. Still harshest winter since years. Oh yeah. You know what? That looks pretty good. Our worst winter was 2 years ago. It reached negative 30, almost negative 50 was how cold it felt after the wind. And we had pipes in my house burst. Like it was, that's how cold it was. It was crazy. I want some tree, like little foliage here. I'm torn between these three. I think this is the closest I'm going to get to similar shades here. So we're going to give that a shot. Get rid of all the stuff that's stacked to the back of this. Let's just take this and readjust some of these upwards or whatever. Another little... Just like that. And then... I don't want that, I want this. Office coat. It was cold. It was extremely cold. I know we had our taps on, we had everything going, and even with the taps running all night, they still like the pipes still froze. It was awful. We ended up having to rebuild the whole laundry room as a result of that. I think a little tuff here and there could be really nice inside this. I don't know if I want similar looking tufts or different tufts here. I think that looks pretty good. If I'm being honest, like we've got some pretty good looking tufts on this. And the grass looks really nice. All we might need to do is just rim it and then throw some varnish on it and it'll be done. Where's my black? Do I want black? You know what? I might rim in a different color. I could do fade colors. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, let's try that. Let's fade it. Let's do like... Thank you. It is a cool mini. I mean, we made some really cool like decisions here, man. Let's do something really oddball. Let's take some of this blue. And I don't know if dry brushing is the right thing to do here, but we're gonna dry brush all around the outside with this dark blue. Now all my minis have a black base, but this one I kind of want to do a blue on. And then we're gonna fade it into a couple different colors. I think that's gonna look really cool. And my reason for it is it just will look more like it's casting magic kind of thing. Oh yeah. I've done some pretty funky stuff with bases. I've done like clear bases. You know, I've done some, well I guess that's the only funky thing I've done. This is the first time I've fully done like something different on a base that wasn't just like rim it in black and leave it stone underneath. And you know, I'm really digging this. I say this a lot. And I feel more honest every time I say it, but I'm so glad for this stream. Because it gives me an opportunity to try something different, to kind of explore new ideas and just have fun. Like, and then the people I get to hang with are just really sweet. Like, you're just really awesome to hang out with, Simple Dots. Like, I love these streams. And it keeps me honest. It keeps me painting, because that's one of the things I have struggled with as a mini painter is, how do I, like, paint the next thing? Like, what's the next thing I'm going to paint? And sometimes I just don't have an answer for that. That last paint was sticking on scale green, by the way. Sorry. Me too. Oh, thanks, man. Oh, this fell off. Put that there. Come back to it there. Ah, I got glue on me. I can still get some Thousand Suns blue in here. So I'm gonna grab some of that. And it's still wet, so start moving that around. It's like a glaze at this point, which is nice. Grab a little bit of water and just feather it out on the edges. One more Thousand Suns blue. This is going to be really cool when it's done. When it's tried out. Have you seen the new Iron Warriors mini? I did! Oh my god, the big stompy boy. Okay, for anyone who hasn't seen it, I'm going to go grab a picture of it. But it looks so badass. Another sip of my gamer subs. Not sponsored. I'm hyped to get myself an entire army of Iron Warriors. I mean, how could you not want to be hyped? Like, that is so cool. Like, they gave us a really good opportunity to have a really badass looking Iron Warrior. Like, if you were tired of painting stripes, you're not going to be tired now, because this guy looks so sick. Like, he looks mean, he looks big, he looks angry. Like, what's not to love about that in an Iron Warrior? Oh, man. It makes me jealous that I'm not playing Iron Warriors yet. I'm gonna add some more Staking on skill here. Or not skill, sorry. Thousand Suns blue. I'm gonna try a technique here. I'm gonna take this off the screen. Waited so long for some Iron Warriors. I know, a lot of people did. I know a lot of people in my my Warhammer store were waiting for something cool for them because they had the baby carrier and that was kind of it for a little bit. First CSM mini I painted were in Iron Warriors colors. Nice. I didn't realize I could paint them in CSM. I suppose I can. I don't know if I want to do that though. I think I want to stick with Black Legion. Like, CSM looks really cool for like Iron Warriors. I just add some Thousand Suns there. It's coming through a little bit. Get back on the stream so I can see the stream here. There. Basically I have to glaze it almost like it's non-metallic metal. Well, that's drying, we'll do the opposite side, which is going to be not necessarily mook green, but we're going to go straight to Calibite green, which is very aquamarine-y. Aquamarine-y, Jesus, are those even words? Aquamarine-esque. Aquamarine colored. I'm just gonna do the dry brush like I did last time, I guess. Well, it's universal. You can paint basic legionaries in any color scheme. Oh, I didn't realize that. I'm kind of, like I said, I'm kind of new to 40k. I've painted a few things, but like, I've never played 40k, so I'm just sort of learning, I guess. There's a lot to learn. As it turns out, there's a lot to learn. First minis were almost dipped in lead belcher, so they didn't look good, but you have to start somewhere. It's true. Everyone starts somewhere. I don't want to say it's a mistake that I made, because that seems like I knew what I was getting into. The reality is that my first minis that I painted were Black Templar, and I believed at the time that all you had to do was just paint them Chaos Black, like prime them Chaos Black, and then just edge highlight them. And I honestly believed that's the easiest way, right? There's no other work than that, right? And I can tell you with certainty that there's more. Certainly is. You still have to put a layer of Abaddon Black over top of them. But at the time I didn't think that. At the time in my hubris, thought it was a little simpler than that. I mean, you could leave it simpler than that. But I'm not one to do that. Not now. Especially knowing that it could have been the other color. And really you want to paint it Abaddon Black, because if you have to clean up any mistakes, you could just paint Abaddon Black over top of it. I learned by trying to clean up a mistake that putting Abaddon Black over top of Chaos Black makes Chaos Black look a lot darker than the Abaddon Black. Just using my wet palette here with a dry brush, which is kind of counterproductive, but I'm doing it so I can get a better fade and still have control over where the dry brush is going. Getting some really nice colors here. Like I'm getting a really nice like fade between this blue all the way over to this green that can't be seen yet. Okay. Oh, well, kind of can. A little bit. My first minis were 4th edition, no priming, no clearing the mold lines, nothing, but still had so much fun painting them. My very first mini. I can go grab it. One sec. Okay, this is going to be hard to describe. Oh no, there's like grass over my desk now. This is going to be hard to describe. I'll try my best. My first mini was torn between, how do I describe this? Torn between two minis. So the first mini that I painted for 40k in any of the space was this 10th edition Black Templar that I did. And I did a pretty good job on it. It's from the $25 like starter kit where you can learn from. I thought he turned out pretty good. I didn't paint the crosses on him, but he turned out pretty cool. Looks a little Primaris, but he's not. And he turned out really well. I gave him the attention he deserved really heavily. Some stuff I would do differently on him, but on that, pretty cool. But the first mini I painted, the commissar and I had a box of these Gretchens lying around that were from something else. And we'd seen them and looked at them for years, and I said, you know, she wanted a Necron and a Space Marine. I ended up buying the $25 pack that has a Space Marine and the, what do you call it there in it? The, Tyranid. And the paints I used that came in that are what I used here. These paints I used on the right guy. This was mine, this was the commissar's. And we just kind of just flatly painted them, you know. We didn't know what we were doing. We were just making fun of how to paint them because we just weren't sure what to do. And they kind of turned out really nicely. Obviously hers has a little bit more attention to it than mine does. She even got the red eyes in there, which I think was a really cool touch. Mine does not. But it turned out really cool. So the mine. Oh man. I dropped them. There's no better, right? There's just more devotion, I guess. Like I shouldn't say that. It's really just more time spent. Like, I spent a very long time on this guy. More time than I intended. And, I mean, it took me probably a week to paint him. Just like some of these other minis I have, like Tzarketh and everything. Sometimes it's going to take me like weeks, months, you know. Tzarketh, thankfully, we've been painting pretty quickly on stream here. Speaking of, the blue's starting to come through. I'm still almost up to the right. Oh, it's at that color now. I need a brighter. No, that blue's fine. A little bit more Thousand Suns blue. But yeah, it just came down to us spending a lot of time and having something to do in common. And that's what her and I painted them for. And so I ended up painting him over the course of a week because she ended up getting busy with some other stuff for work, and I really wanted to continue with the hobby, but you know, since we were painting together, I kind of just had to break away and do my own thing. And when you're a little less motivated, you kind of lose a lot of the script, right? But it turned out to be just like a fun date night thing. Spent really long on those minis since I didn't know you should assemble them before painting and paint them individually. Yeah, that was exactly my mistake here with these guys. My Black Templar was I was trying to paint the sprues. I painted the sprue, if you can believe it. Like, that's crazy, painting the sprue and then tearing it off and assembling it. I shouldn't say it's crazy. It was just unrealistic for me to try and do it that way, because I ended up having to glue on everything after the fact, and that was more annoying. So for sake of simplicity, I now glue and then paint, just because for me it's a lot easier. That green's turned out really nice. I think I don't need a little bit more. Next is I want to put on some regular moot green. I don't have a lighter blue, I don't think. But we'll try a little moot green here, because it's really, really bright. It's like a yellow green by comparison. Like, it's very bright. The sponge takes up all the moisture in the paint. Goodness new. And I do want to fade this a little bit, so I'm going to take a little bit of water and just sort of feather the colors out. Really, all you're doing with glazing is just asking the paint to move back to where it started, while dragging it as far away from the place it started as you can. It's really hard here, because it's, but as a kid you have a lot of free time. It's true, as a kid you got a lot of free time. But as a kid you kind of want to rush into things and get things going. I was that way with work too when I was a kid, because I wanted to be a programmer ever since I was in like high school. Well, before then actually. And so I really was like, oh, I want to be a programmer, And I made my own website, and you know, I'd stay up till 1, 2 in the morning. Times were simpler then, you could do that sort of thing. And it didn't feel like burnout. Just pound like, not Airchurch drinks, but at that time it'd be Mountain Dew. I drank a lot of Mountain Dew as a kid growing up. And then energy drinks came out in the market, and my parents were like, oh, okay, we'll get you some energy drinks. Don't get your kids energy drinks. They didn't know any better, but don't get your kids energy drinks. The green's looking pretty cool. There's something I thought was really weird too, is there's quite a few people from outside of the country where I live. And they come from like Middle Eastern countries. And I learned that they let their kids drink coffee. It's just like a regular drink over there. And I thought that was kind of neat. Like, I said, why coffee? Like, surely, like, that's going to be, like, bad for them, right? They said, no, they drink it. The kids know better. And they don't drink a lot of it, right? I went, oh, okay. But it's just interesting to me. Because I didn't expect it to be, like, just a drink over there. I suppose I've always thought of coffee as, like, a stimulant to help, like, with work and stuff. But I never thought of it as just a cup of coffee, like just a drink. Caldor green. I do want more, or sorry, Caldor blue. Ugh. I do want a lighter blue here. Thousand Suns is pretty bright, but I think I've also got Techless blue. That might be a little brighter. No, well. Actually, she might have a Nighthawk blue. One sec. Back in business, baby. She had a Temple Guard blue. That's really good. I also started drinking coffee really early. Yes, I didn't start until I was 25, if you can believe it. It tasted good, simply nice. Being North American, I started with Starbucks coffee. And that was sort of the hook. I fell in love with the idea of pumpkin spice lattes, and they were just so good. And so, back in the early 2000s, they were everywhere, and they were fantastic. As I get a little older, though, you sort of lose the flavor for them. Oh, Temple Guard blue. Temple Guard blue is perfect. This is awesome. Just start glazing this back a little bit. And that way I can just feather them together. Or fade them together, rather. I started with ground coffee, which you have to spit if you get to the bottom. Oh, yeah. Took me a minute to think what you were thinking of. I have a fun story about ground coffee. I like ground coffee too. I have a story about instant coffee, not ground coffee. And yeah, I always end up having to spit like ground coffee now. Just because once you get to the bottom, it's just so dried out. So this story about instant coffee is kind of funny. Maybe you'll find it funny, maybe you won't. But when I was in community college, I purchased an instant coffee maker. Or sorry, not instant coffee, it was a coffee maker. I bought a coffee maker that makes 1 cup of coffee. And at the time, I didn't know how coffee was made. But I knew 2 things existed. Coffee makers and instant coffee. Don't get ahead of me here. I purchased a bottle of instant coffee, and I put it inside that coffee maker, that one cup coffee maker. 1 mug coffee maker. And I thought, oh, this will be fine. But I thought, man, this is kind of weird. Like, I thought people only use like a teaspoon or two of instant coffee to make coffee. Like, that seems weird. So what I did was I took the instant coffee maker. So I took the coffee maker, and at the top there was a little space to put all the coffee grounds in. And I thought, well, I need more coffee than that, so I filled it. I filled this coffee maker with instant coffee, thinking, that's how coffee's made, right? And I can tell you firsthand, that is not how coffee's made. As I know now, as an adult. I'm moving off screen here. I'm blending in this temple card blue now. On both sides, just a little bit. Just so we get temple card blue kind of at the bottom there, like a non-metallic metal. And then doing the other side with the green. The green may need a little bit of a touch-up or a clean up there, but we'll get to that real quick. Yeah, so I made this single coffee cup of instant coffee in the coffee maker. But it was so strong, I couldn't drink it, and I couldn't understand why. So I thought, well, you know, this is kind of funny. Like, I like coffee. Like, what the hell? And that what the hell was me going and drinking 12 cups of coffee at once, up to like 15 cups of coffee all at the same time, basically. I was not a bright man for a very long time. Not a bright Astartes. But I did my best. And so you can imagine being wired for like the next 2-3 days. It was interesting. Telestar Blue. We didn't even use Telestar Blue. No sleep for a week after such coffee. Yes. Oh man, it was crazy. I was so wired. I was living with a roommate at the time, and she asked, I brought the coffee to her and I said, do you want some coffee? And she said, yes, I would love some. You know, it's been a long day at school. I would love some coffee. I said, great. Here's some coffee. So I gave her a sip of it, and she paused and looked at me and she said, what's in this? And I said, it's coffee, instant coffee. She said, what do you mean? I said, I used my 1 cup maker to put instant coffee in here. And she said, why did you do that? I said, I thought that's how coffee was made. And she laughed, looked at me and said, that's not how coffee's made. And I went, oh. And then she gently explained to me why it was wrong that I did what I did. And I went, oh, that's not good. And she said, enjoy. And I went, oh. And I was wired for like a week. Like, I went home that night and I was awake for hours upon hours upon hours. I got a bunch of stuff done in Minecraft, though. That was fun. And then later on, I crashed super hard. Like, I fell asleep like there was no tomorrow. I slept probably the best sleep of my life, if I'm being honest. But it was not a wise move. I'm just putting some of the temple guard blue here over the flames just because I didn't realize I had this brighter blue at the time. So it's just a little bit of touch up on the lighting here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, a little bit more blue here. Just on the edge of my brush. Just like that. And we've got... Oh, I need my paper towel to show it off. The green didn't really turn out as much as I wanted it to, so I might stipple it in, or not stipple it in, but feather it in with some, maybe some stippling or some bars. And all I'm doing with the bars is just getting it to a point where I can just grab a little bit of water and then just flick it back. Just so they blend really easily. Grab a little water and then just wet blend on top, but there. I think that's a really cool idea for the base. The thing I'm not particularly fond of is just the bottom here starting to pool a little. So I'm just going to grab this and just scrub a little bit with the backhand of my brush. Just until the colors kind of meet up a little. Just like that. Yeah. Okay, I think I'm going to take some pictures of this guy and put him on the Discord. Yeah, I like the way this turned out. You know what? The only thing I didn't do was the tiny little dot of white in the eye. Why don't I do that real quick? I'm gonna be off screen for just a second here while I do this. Little temple guard blue. Sorry, little, not Techless. Little Thousand Suns. Just to edge highlight just a little bit. There. And I could take some grease here, which I might just grab just a hair of it. Just a little pinprick of it. Okay. Holy moly. Okay, I'm gonna take some photos and put this on the Discord. And then, actually, before I do that, I'm gonna take this and then just... There. Thank you. A little hard to see, but... I'll get some good photos here. Oh, actually, before I do that, because we finished our first model, where did I put it? Where did I put it? Is that's it. Aha. I have a thing. And what is this thing, you may ask? Well, once I plug it in, there, and there, put Tzarketh right in the center, and then I'm going to grab my phone, or take a video, just make sure it's in the right position. Okay, this might be kind of funny. That's funny. Make sure I unplug the right thing here. Okay, good. I got the right thing. There we go. Did we ever focus on mini piece of paper behind me? That's a good idea. Let me see if I have any paper hanging around. I have quite literally a blank canvas. Oh, that's perfect. That's a really good idea, dude. I'll just move this a little closer. Just because Tzarketh is such a big model. I'll turn him towards the camera first. Just so it's lined up, and then... And we're going to be filming it. This is an acceptable amount of jank. And actually, I might even change the lighting a little bit so it's a little brighter just on top. I'll start this over again. Add some more lighting from my phone. Now let's get some really intense lighting. Just to really see all the colors. Okay, that looks pretty good. Cool thing for rotating. Should get one myself. Yes, they are on, I bought mine on AliExpress for $5. And it is just the nicest thing. Also, they take batteries. So, you know, if you don't want to have anything in the shot or if it's too big, you can do it without batteries. Sorry, do it without the cable. You can use batteries instead. Which is always super, super, super handy. I'm realizing now that may be too close. There we go. No, good call on using the, what do you call it there? The, something white behind it. Keeps the focus on it. Okay, I'm going to upload that to the Discord. So 1 second here. I'm going to take the audio out first. Audio is none. And here, more popular is Timo. I mean, Timo is pretty popular here. Good photos make so much difference in mini presentation. Learned that from a guy I met in GZB store. Really? Huh. I've always just liked taking like videos and like pictures of it because it's just always really nice to have a place to just look at it, right? You know what I might do is I might start an Instagram and then just post these there as well because that way like more people can see kind of what's happening. That way you can show people like this is what we did on screen, like on stream, because it just looks really cool. I really wish I'd been able to keep. I wonder if I can put your name back in there. I can try. I think I'll stick a Corvus Black on the desk here. You know what I might do is I might take a little Rust Gray, actually. I'm gonna redo simple dots in there. Just so it looks... Timo's pretty popular here as well. I just don't trust it as much as I trust AliExpress. Oh my gosh, what am I doing? I want the 5-0. No, I want the... Was it 5-0? Or was that the 10-0? No, it was 10-0. I was right. I was right. Overthinking things. It's kind of hard to see, but I did try to put simple dots in there. You know what? I've got the wrong color for it. I'm going to have to use Temple Guard Blue. Rust Gray is just too dark a gray. Too dark for the blues. I'm a big fan of AliExpress because it's a similar marketplace. I find the products are a lot more cheaper. There, that's pretty good in there. It's still hard to see, but it's a little better. Yeah. I might throw a little Agric Earthshade into the back of those pages in the back. Just to say that we did, just so a little definition back there. Timo went hard in Poland and also signed a deal with the National Postal Service for delivery. AliExpress went under the radar and is not stressed as much. Really? That's such an interesting, like opposite. I suppose Temu's pretty popular here. Like, they've got some warehouses here as far as I know. But they just had so many problems with like people stealing information on them that I don't trust them. Like, don't get it wrong, I've been like screwed on stuff on AliExpress. But like, usually it's like they send me like the literal of what I'm buying instead of like the intention of what they're trying to sell, which is kind of a weird way to say it. Like I bought a mini forklift for $5 and they did not disagree. It is a mini forklift. Okay, let's see. Just gonna get this uploaded to the Discord. I might make a new channel called Completed Minis. Or stream Completed Minis. Yeah. I'll just set the... Who can change, like who can post in here? Channel permissions. Rules. Everybody can view. Nobody can manage, nobody can manage that. Okay. So that should allow me to do this. I just noticed that one of my springs came off. There we go. Fix that. Other side too, I believe. Yep. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Sorry about that. Okay, so I posted it in the Discord. Sweet. I'll post it into the Discord. Cool. Okay, move this back over here. Okay, so that is Tzarketh done. Oh, you know what might be a cool idea is if I keep a count of how many models are done on stream. Let's do text. And we'll do home, desktop. We'll do new file. So open Notepad. Text editor. Go back to chat here. We'll do new, we'll do models completed on stream. 1. And I'll save this as completed on stream.txt. We'll do this. We'll do. Oh, we already have it open. Where did it go? Oh my gosh, that is giant! Oh, no, it's too small. No, it's upside down. There we go. I'll move this down a little bit. There we go. That seems more reasonable. Sweet. No, Tzarketh turned out really cool here. Not as much on the shade here, or sorry, on the fading as I wanted, but you know what? It's still pretty cool, all things considered. And I'll take a little win any day. So even if it's not perfect, it's still good enough in my mind. Cool. I just need a place for Tzarketh to go. We'll put him up here. We can come back to this now because everything here should be dry. Okay. So this is gonna be kind of funny. I need to know if this CA glue is gonna stick to this stuff before I go too far, because I don't want it to stick permanently. I want to be able to pull it up later. So the reason why we're testing that is specifically to see, oh, move this ahead a little bit, to see if it's going to be a problem. And actually I'll move this just a hair more. There, now we can just see the whole table. So I put some CA glue on here. I don't want to touch with my finger, but we did put some on just to see if it's going to stick. And we'll let that dry. It's going to take about 10-15 minutes to dry, so we'll see what happens. Because if it doesn't stick, then actually I should put these back in here for now. If it doesn't stick, then we'll work with it. Otherwise, I got to go find my other glue type. I mean, I've got this glue, but I need it to stick a little bit faster and more permanently. Okay, so that's the Nexus Chaotica in Tzarketh. Let's move on to the Rhino. Sorry, the Razorback. We're finally here. So I've got my parts here somewhere. I gotta find them. It's the night. I think this is it. can show you the other project I have on the go too. So I have a knight on the go as well. And the knight is going to have magnetic weapons that... Oh, there's glue in my arm. Oh no. Oh, it's just the regular school glue. Okay. The knight also has magnetic arms, so there's a whole battery system in here as well. And this one's still drying. Ooh, he's got like a noose around him from the wire. Or not drying, so this one is basically ready to go. I might have to charge it to show you it. I kind of snuck in where I was going to hide the battery and everything, so... Ah, okay, you can see it, it's just very faint. But I did the whole cockpit inside of the night where the guy goes. And there's just a battery in there with some lights. I also need to put brush on primer on this. And then what also goes on this is I have a clear screen that I need to paint black, just so you can see inside. It's a lot of extra work just for some pretty cool stuff to make it look really badass. And this is another Black Templar mod. Well, it's a night mod, but it's for Black Templar. Okay, so we got this stuff. Missing instructions. Where are they? That's a combat patrol. There they are. I've got them now. There they are. Liberty, 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 liberty. Okay. Headphones. Razorback. Gamer subs. Okay, all we need now is the instructions open up to where we left off. Somewhere in here. Okay. So this is where we left off, is right around this area. I was going to do this panel, yeah. I started to do that one. But what caught me off guard is I liked that there's two little windows in it. And so these windows I wanted to cast as clear resin. That might be unrealistic. I might just be able to get away with just shaving it off and then cutting around those two pieces and putting a piece of plastic behind it. I think that's what I might try to do. Just for my sanity. I mean, resin casting is nice. It's not always the most efficient way of doing things. The only thing is, now I gotta find all the other pieces I was gonna use here. I have some empty sprues. That means there's something somewhere. Oh, right there. That's the last piece of this puzzle. Empty. Move that empty sprue out. And put this back here. And I just need the nippers. I'm just gonna grab this guy off the sprue, just so I can get rid of the whole sprue. There. One less sprue to worry about. That would be overkill in my opinion. Very cool, but so much work. Oh yeah, I don't do anything halfway, apparently. It's always overkill or too much. It's a blessing, and it's a curse. Okay. some accidental paper folding ASMR. Okay, so I've got a knife here somewhere. Move these brushes back for now. Right over here. So put this guy up here for now, and put this light back up to where I can use it to see. Just clean this off. And what I'll do is, before I glue this in, is I've got some plastic sitting around, I think somewhere. I can get it off a package or something and just carve it and put it in place. And I'll just make, just to be able to see the LEDs inside of it. Just clean up my sprue lines just a little bit and clean up some of these like little indentations that ended up here. Okay, so we'll get that cut. So I want to get this base plate off. I think I might just try gently to cut around it. It's still funny that even in the far future of the 41st millennium, they still have windshield wipers. That means it's someone's job on a Forge World to not only replace the windshield wipers, but also create the windshield wipers. Actually, it probably is more likely that there's a whole Forge World just for creating windshield wipers, if I'm being honest. I used the Dremel to finally clear my mortician on weekend. The tool's so helpful but kind of big. You know, it's not a bad idea. I could do that. I have it nearby. Give me a second, I'm gonna mute myself to use it. Oh, like a sanding file. Yeah, a sanding file probably would have been really good here too. I just wanted to see what would happen if I pushed through it. Also, I need the material to be just a little thinner so I could cut through it really easy. I think that's going to be really good there. Like if I keep pushing the knife, it'll just break right through, which I have. Just like that. The thing is, I gotta be really careful here because the wiper could snap off. I suppose it might have been easier just to cut the whole thing off in one go and then just reattach the wiper. But hindsight is 2020, so. Oh yeah, we're cutting through it pretty good now. I'll just push a little more with my blade. My blade. My cuts don't need to be perfect, I just need to cut the piece out. Just like that, and then we'll just clean it up a little. And we'll just keep pushing here. I wouldn't dare use it with the disc. I wouldn't be able to control it. I wasn't totally sure it was going to work. I had to go really glacially slow. I'm glad it kind of worked. I mean, I didn't get injured, so I'm counting that as a huge W. It's a massive win. Nice thing is, it doesn't really matter what this looks like from this side, just in the back, as long as the other side does look exactly what we're looking for. Which we got there. If I injure myself, promise me that you'll clip it. It's too much of a risk for it to slip and tear everything apart. Yeah, it really is, and I take some pretty stupid risks with these sometimes. I think it's just because I'm kind of the F around, find out kind of mentality. Where if it hasn't killed me, I'll just keep trying. This one I might shave just a little bit in the back. Thankfully I've got a really sharp like scalpel. Or not scalpel, but hobby knife. And the Dremel did like 90% of the work too, so... Which, good call on using the Dremel. Don't you dare injure yourself. I don't think it's my intent to injure myself, but if I do, I just want it clipped. That'd be awful if I did. Oh my lord. It's probably against Twitch TOS. I would imagine that's the other thing too. For me to get injured on stream. Not a good way to clip from. Oh shit. Yeah, true. Oh no, did I just break the knife? I think I just broke the knife. Well, I have more scalpel blades. Damn. Oh, that's nice and smooth. That's a good cut. That's a real good cut. Question is, where'd the tip go? Somewhere. I'll find it later. Yeah, it's definitely against TOS. But it would be funny. Well, maybe not funny. I shouldn't say that. It would be tragic for it to happen. I would definitely be out of the hobby for a little while if that happened. Probably wouldn't be able to stream for at least a week. I'd find a way. Be a lot more feet streams, probably. You imagine that too? We're gonna hobby with our feet. Don't think so. Oh yeah, this is looking really good. I think if I give it a little push, just have to get it to not break there. Check that out. Check that out. Hey, just gonna clean up the mold here, just a hair. clamp the underside of our wiper a little bit. Hey, that's not bad. Just don't look at the backside. Oh, it would be hella cool, man. Okay, so put the thing back on. Here we go. Might even sand it just a little, or just scrape it a little, just so it's a little smoother. Okay, so that's supposed to go there-ish, which it will. And if I put that over top, how's that look together? Because this goes this way, I believe. I think it's that way, or is it? Oh no, it goes. Oh, that's cool. So it fits in there, and then you can like put it upwards. Oh, that's so cool. It's like a play accessory. Oh, that's cool. I never realized that. So now when I turn it on and get it plugged in, of course. Get it turned on. Oh no. Why is it? What did I do? What happened? Is it just not gonna... What happened? Action figure Razorback, now with flip grip. Oh man, what happened here? Oh. Oh, for... Why isn't it charging? Because it's not plugged in. There we go. And then flip that up. It's kind of visible if I turn the light off here. I'd say it's cool enough. That's gonna be pretty sick. That is so cool. I am extremely grateful for that. Let charge for a couple minutes here. I'm gonna pop this out real quick and prime it, and I'll be right back. Okay, so priming didn't go as planned, so we're gonna do is an alcohol soak. Action raised about my daily pierogi intake is satisfied. Nice. Fun fact, actually, about pierogis is is that we had a family member come down on the commissar side, and he's traveling across Canada to meet all the relatives that he can, which is a very Ukrainian thing to do, and he's made it kind of his mission every year for the past few years to make that year in pierogies. So last year he made 2,024 pierogies. The year before he made 2,023 pierogies. This year's plans to make, the year before it was 2025. This year, 2,026 pierogies. And we made, oh my god, how many pierogies did we make? I think the total was 1,047. So I'm now a master at, making not necessarily just pierogies, but making the like crimping pierogies, and then the commissar's brother and his wife and kids came down, and we taught them how to pinch pierogies. It's really cool. He makes two kinds. One kind he makes is it's got taco meat and like a little bit, it's got potato and a little bit of cheese and like taco seasoning and some onion. It's really good. Tastes like tacos. It's fantastic. And the other one is just regular pierogies, which have I keep trying to pronounce it weird, I'm sorry. Regular pierogies, which have just like potato and a little bit of cheese and some onion in them. And I love them. Like, the commissar has made so many of these pierogies now, and she just keeps eating them. I think she was at her mother's place a couple days ago, and she ate 20 in a sitting, which is awesome. Because she brought home some pierogies for me, so we get some sitting in our fridge, 2 bags of them. We get about 100 each or so. So I should make some of them today, actually. But yeah, he came down, he taught us how to make the dough. That was the hardest part. Because the dough is passed down. It's a little bit of this, a little bit of that. And you go till it's like sticky or it's not sticky. And then you gotta warm it up with your hands. And you can make so much. We found a lot of like, it's very traditional too. Like the way they used to make it was they would use a Campbell soup can to make the hole for to make the shape for the pierogi dough. And now they use an ice cream scoop, it's a melon baller for the filling. So they make a big pot of filling, they use a melon baller to scoop it out, and then you use wax paper. You put down wax paper and you cut out your shape using the soup can. And what you're able to do with that, I gotta take these out because they've been sitting so long. That should take all the paint off them. For the most part. I still gotta scrub them. One sec. Okay, there, that's a little better. It's not as chunky now, it's still got a little bowel damage, but that's permissible, I guess. And that's from the overspray, because I had the can too close and I oversprayed a lot. And a little battle damage is fine, but in my mind, clean starts first. I'll still have to prime these later, but I mean, I'll take a little battle damage looking. But yeah, so he taught us how to make the pierogies, which are really, I love pierogies, man. How many are you at today? Actually, you know what? I've got sandpaper. I should be using sandpaper. One sec. .600 grit God hand sandpaper. Only 8, but they were kind of big. Nice. The ones we make are yay big, so they're just small little pierogies. Probably no bigger than, I want to say, the bottom of this cup kind of thing. They're basically just hand pies. They're really nice. Do you make your own pierogies or do you buy them? 4 with meat and 4 with wild mushrooms. Wild mushrooms! That sounds interesting. That would be really cool. Do you buy them like that or do you make them? It's feeling smooth. So we're getting back to stock here, which is good. Those 8 were like 2-3 times bigger. Damn. Try the taco meat sometime. Oh, you make them yourself? Nice. The dough is very hard to get right. Like when we were being taught how to make it, because, you know, we've always just ate them, we've never actually made them. And we were excited to learn how to make them. It was, you know, just enough flour and an egg. And then you just add a little water until it starts to come together. And at first it's like really wet, and then it starts drying up faster and faster and faster and faster in the bowl until finally it's just this, just the right dough. It's like the right consistency. And then you just keep folding it and beating the crap out of it, and then bam, it's like pierogi dough. I'm sanding this part right now because I oversprayed very unfortunately. This part still looks like it turned out fine, so I might just keep this the way it is. I don't plan to keep them lead belcher once I get the lead belcher on there, because I was priming with lead belcher. That's hard to do. I'm going to put black over top of them, but the overspray was so much that it was just like looping and just, it didn't look good. And like, I'm never one to say like something looks bad, but this was like, it was like aluminum demon, not golden demon. It was really, it was too much spray. Do you put sour cream on your pierogies as well? Like, I found I really like sour cream with like pepper on the pierogies. Actually, I should make some for supper here. Man. I might just sand this off stream so we're not just sitting around watching me just sand stuff all day long. Not that I don't want you to have to watch me make mistakes, because I think that's just part of the process, but, you know, this will take a little while for me to sand through. I'm probably going to end stream here in about 15 minutes or so, just as we're coming to a close here. So I'm going to take a chance here and talk about what we're going to do next time we're together. So tomorrow's stream is we're going to continue on this Razorback. This will be primed by then, because that way I can sort of get it closer to where I need to be for tomorrow's stream, and we'll start clipping through and getting everything else on the Razorback here. So it'll look a lot nicer, a lot easier to work with. Actually, I should start with what we did today. So today we got through Tzarketh. I mean, that was an awesome thing to get through. I think it turned out really well. I'm going to off stream here, take them outside and varnish them, just so it's really, really nicely put together. And I'm adding him probably my army for the next time I play. It looks, oh frig, did I touch it? I touched it. This still hasn't dried, so it's drying clear, or drying white, so I'm afraid that, like, I can't use Sire Acolyte, so I'm going to have to find, off stream, I'm going to have to find my, what do you call it there? My UV resin, and throw some in there, and we'll get these skulls in place to where they need to be. But we got those skulls ready today, and we got Tzarketh going. I think he's still awesome. We started to get this down pat, which looks cool, and we got a lot of the desk cleaned up here, which is really good. I mean, there's still a bunch of stuff on it, but it's cleaner than when I approached it earlier today. Tomorrow, like I said, we're going to work on the Razorback, and if we get some time, we might start doing this. I think we'll do this once I find my UV resin, and we'll get that ready and then do the resin pour in there so it all sits together. That's kind of my go-to plans for tomorrow immediately. Once that's done and once the Razorback's underway, it probably won't take very long for us to finish it, if I'm being honest. Just because there's not a lot of parts left. It's a very small model, even though it's a very large size model. Oh, there's a bunch of parts. You know, it will make sense when we get there. Lesson learned. But if we do have time, we're going to jump into those Chaos Space Marines. We're going to start clipping them, because I'm super excited. I got told that there's going to be a Spring League coming up soon, so the sooner I can get into them, the better. We also have our Dreadnought here to get to at some point in time, but that's not going to be probably right away, because we'll loop back to him. Cool. From here, I'm just going to keep sanding, but I know it's getting late over there, so I'm going to take a shot here and say that we'll connect tomorrow, and I hope to see you then. And as always, praise the Emperor! And thanks for joining in the stream.